What's up, guys? Let's trend if it fails. Yeah. Very, very close to slipping 54.44, yes. Which, does matter. Also, the downside not looking too hot right now, so. Vol's turning up a bit. Good morning. No, we didn't get a death cross at close. Although, so far in the intraday today, we have one. Those are tricky. They're, we'll probably get it today. It fluctuates based on, where the index closes. But I would say that today's probably going to lock it in. Friday almost. If we closed a little bit lower, we would have gotten it. Convexican? That's a fucking great name. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Still floating around the flip here, but the 5400 support bled out. Looks like Ivy's turning up a lot to the downside, too. We have a nice fat downside gap to fill if we do fail. All the way down to fucking what? 63.36 from Friday's close. If Trump wasn't speaking at 11, do you think we would have filled the gap by now? Well, no, actually, because like our first low test of the day, there was still support at like bullish support at 5410, 5400. But that sold off on the last bounce. So I think the chances are probably better now, but we'll probably just float until Trump speaks. Pump it into Trump's speech? They could. There's resistance at 50. But if we get over like the hump here at 30, there's not. Like 30 to 50 is really easy to push. Hmm. I'm cracked out on caffeine and seeing smells, and was wondering what puts will stop my nosebleed as I crank soft goods at work. Anyway, have a great put buying day. I'm not gonna buy puts yet. Trump had a lot of encouragement at his UFC appearance. He might start talking big league tariffs again. He might. No one knows what he's gonna say because he has dementia. No, that's the last guy. They're the same fucking age, Bob. Trump in excellent health, says White House doctor. I, I saw that. He's the only, like, what is he, 80 now? '78. He's the only obese 78-year-old I've ever seen in my life who has elevated cholesterol and the resting heart rate of a pro football player at like 25. It's just a miracle of his genetics. Peak male performance. He's anointed by Christ. I didn't know that. Trump did not have a series of mini strokes. I don't know what you're talking about. Just little tiny ischemic attacks. Trump's healthier than JFK, according to his medical professionals. A man who at the time was 30 years his junior. They meant JFK right now. Could still push up to 50 before there's resistance. You eating waffles? Toast? Yeah, WeBull IPO'd last week. Bob, a fucking Eggo is not toast. Don't try to use the cubed roll of food against me. I feel like that's the play. Depends on what Trump says. So far, he's seemed far more resistant to pulling back any tariffs than the rest of his cabinet. It's almost like everybody in the Trump administration is getting bribed at various levels. And it's really ruining the continuity of their message. Who? Billum Q Fart Sand? Up to 75 still possible. Sure. There's resistance at 50 and 60. Mm. Not a lot of upside call buying here, though. VIX under 30 by Trump time. Maybe like at 30. I guess it depends on how much we push up. Morning sell-off could have spooked the bulls. We're so close to delta neutral, though. Like, why? I don't think it did. There was some profit taking, but not a ton. Like, the 25 support is not as strong as it was, but there's still some support to the downside. And 40s, 40, 35, 40 is decent. Thoughts on BTU buy and hold? It's cheap. I bought some a couple weeks ago. I still have a bunch of it. Trading a little under my cost basis right now. But if what Trump is promising for coal is true, it'll be good for them. There's still global demand. Although the price of BTU would probably improve dramatically if there were more indication that China's recovery was bound, or China's economy was recovering, which it's not. And tariffs definitely aren't going to help that. RC's buy-in doesn't even put him back at the share ownership level he was at previously. I don't think it matters. What's dude? What's up, dog? Long time no see. I came back to rejoin and lurk again. Maybe try Gammastrike soon, but I guess I never left. Is this a DGen W or L? I got stop loss on my membership. Welcome back, man. No problem, Hoffman. Still looks like there's a bit of covering going on in GME. I mentioned yesterday it could probably go up to like 30 right now. They're shorting a little harder with XRT this morning, but that doesn't really seem to be stopping it. Hmm. Considering joining, do you guys sell short strangles, verticals, condors? Yeah. You guys premium buyers sometimes. I mean, right now we're in an environment that tends to favor long vol over short vol strategies. The market makers skewed heavily negative on their gamma and delta exposure, which tends to promote additional volatility. So I would say, I mean, there's definitely a bit of risk currently in sell side strategies. Not that they can't be done. They're just a lot less reliable than they are in a more stable environment. I've quit for 38 months straight. Somehow I'm still here. Thank you, Cobra. To be fair, I've just bullied you into pigeon well for 38 months. I wonder if Gammastrike can be beneficial to tasty style traders. I mean, I think it is. I mean, all the information that I just told you is based on, data derived from Gammastrike. It definitely informs you, not necessarily on the live side, because most theta sellers are looking like 30-45 days, but like the lower tier membership with just the overnight updates can be pretty informative on like stability and volatility in a given options market, and that can make trading, entering, exiting, and actively managing like sell side strategies a lot easier. What's a tasty style trader? I think he's referring to like, I don't know, don't quote me on this, but I think he's referring to like selling like 30-45 day spreads, closing at like 50. That's like the trade that like made them famous. It was just like a lot of spread selling over like 30-day periods of time because it has a high success rate. Although profitability on that strategy is not that great. Yeah, no problem, dude. We gave the stream, but as always, it says the market is dynamic. It is. Probable to lose 5,400. I mean, just because the death cross happens doesn't mean we're gonna lose 5,400. I don't think that. I don't think those are related at all. It's an important like systematic signal, but I mean, it's not going to affect near term price action. It's more important over the longer term. Some people might view a death cross as being a buying opportunity versus it being, any kind of negative. I know Trump's talking at 11. Me and the market are both seemingly prepared for that. That's probably why we're not breaking up, despite having the positive delta support here. I'll switch back to the other chart. A little bit distributive. Are there any CTA levels here? 5402, a little bit. 5696 is more important though. There might be some interest like over the EMA 30, like 50. What is that, like 55.55? CTAs probably don't want to pile back in long and like real long until I would say 56.96, 57.73, like the Jan November lows. She's being so friendly to Vietnam and his tour. Excited to hear Trump talking about finishing what LBJ started. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. What's the value in monitoring put call volume on the index before Trump speaks? Looks like a little bounce on the failure there. Should we refer answer for the tariff tweet? There's massive volume on QQQ. Yeah, there was. We talked about that the other day. Just his buddies loading up. I think the people that bought in there just bought. I mean, like, yeah, you could say it was his buddies loading up, but I don't think it was. I think it was just we had a bullish breakout and bulls piled in. Things were already getting like pretty bullish before Trump said anything. I know that's the least interesting answer, but also if they knew, they would have bought on the dip before the pump, not not after, or not before rather. Like that volume came in on like a smaller pump prior to the announcement. Okay, we got less positive the downside in GS. Does that mean more puts coming in? It could be more puts coming in. It could also just be profit taking on in the money calls. I would say there's a few puts coming in at like 45, 35. But there was some profit taking on the like 5400, 5404, 5420, and 5425 calls to the downside. I just like to look at IVR. I mean, I look at historic vol. I'm not really sure I'm sold on the value of IVR above that. But yes. What does it mean that vol is down so much, but minimal bounce up when it's being sold heavily? Like, just because vol is coming down doesn't mean price has to rise. We're still in a negative gamma environment, so I mean, and vol's still historic averages, very, very far above. 54, 52. What now? I mean, 55 is a bit of resistance. So 60. This whole range is kind of resistive at major strikes and choppy in between. We're supported, I think, is probably the more important aspect. Is that like the 50 support is far better than the 40. 54.81 is the high from last week. Yeah. Uh, Short the mouse with call vertical. Short 85, long the 90. May looking for 50%. Doesn't seem too bad. Major support's down at 80, but my only concern would be that there's a lot of upside delta on a break above 90. I mean, you're hedged off, but it could squeeze up out to like 100 pretty easily on the cover bid. I don't think it's going to get much above there. It's going to run into resistance at 105, 110. Also, tariffs are impacting tourism pretty hard, so it'd probably be okay. Looks like a fallback to 80 is what the majority of the market's betting on right now. Mm. Liberick was so far. Lutnick says something Trump denies 2 days later. And he says the thing Lutnick said. Yeah, that's happened a couple times now. we still have support at 40. We did slip the 50 support, though. Some puts being bought to the downside, 45.35. Hmm. 5 puts coming in. Bought. A little bit of support on sold puts at 40. But not a lot of bot calls down there. There's some bot calls at 45.50. So I guess losing 38 here would be kind of impactful. What's up, popcorn? All right.
Howdy put their pickle in my jar mind explaining what you do with your straddle when it's immediately down -15 due to vol crush. I straddled for 17536
Fed 1 year
over the
inflation
weekend and vol
expectations.
crush.
New York Fed
Any
rise
advice on how you handle
3.58
this would be appreciated.
versus
Bye.
prior 3.13. York Fed in March, households are more pessimistic about jobs and future earnings. The share of households seeing a worse financial situation is the highest since October of 2023. Survey found accelerating food and rent expected inflation in March. Are you bullish on WeBull? A little bit. I don't see why they can't get an evaluation similar to Robinhood. I have some shares too. Oh shit. How do you? Mind explaining what you do with your straddle when it's immediately down 15% due to vol crush? I straddled 417. It's a little too much theta. Over the weekend, 5360, and I got crushed. Even with the 2% move in the upside. Any advice on how you would handle this would be appreciated. Well, you can wait. I mean, you have theta, so it's not like you're specifically locked into it's not like you're specifically locked into like closing your straddle right now. In the meantime, you have legs that you can sell against. I go 3 to 2 calls to puts. Yeah, you can. I mean, you can do that in advance, but going into the weekend, you're probably, especially with vol this high, you're probably not going to want to weight it any one way or the other. I'm not long Disney. Some of it was short Disney, and I didn't. I like looked at their position. It seemed fine. Yeah, guidance will definitely be impacted. Trump's saying unhinged things right now. Oh yeah, sorry. I don't think he's speaking yet. It's just another feed of the AP looking at a door. This seems to be like the new norm. I've got it up when he goes live. Is he speaking? Are you sure? Mm, it doesn't look like he is on any other sources. No, he's not. There might be like press in the meeting, but no, it's not televised yet. So if you're getting like sound bites or something, but I don't see anything coming across the newswire at all, so I don't know where you're getting that from. Greek's YouTube algo is full of thirst traps. Yeah. Yeah. Foreign thirst traps too. It's all like Chinese street fashion streams. I don't know why. The only thing I've ever watched on this YouTube account is like political events. So clearly there's some correlation there. You didn't have to leave the stream to bust a nut, man. Just saying. No? Is that the one who like flips off the camera all the time? You're only allowed to rub one out when you've got a stop set on a profitable contract, Max. It's all about delayed gratification. Yeah, I don't like her. I like the one from Spain that stole her shtick. The food she makes looks better. Why can't Gammastrike sponsor Farmville and the White House press gaggle? Probably could. Not sure I'd want to, but probably could. Anna Sophia? I don't know. Hold on, I'll tell you. I don't know their names. Yes. And the market did not like the New York Fed report. Fed bids 3.7 billion for the 3-month auction. Xi encourages Chinese firms to invest in Vietnam. Someone's gooting some out of the money puts. Yeah. Yeah. 53.85, 80, and then 70, 65, 60. Quite a lot of them. No, like the 1,000, 2,000 strike. I have no idea. Who gives a shit? No, this isn't great, but there'll be a little bit of support, like down by 5,400. that they could short vol into. Losing 25 is bad, but losing 5,400 is a lot worse. This is gonna be anticlimactic. Yeah. What's this about? Trump meeting with the El Salvadorian president. I wonder how much money they make to just stand there in that uniform and hold a flag all day. Like, I assume it comes with room and board. Probably medical insurance. Military medical is awful. Yeah, but it's better than none. Dodge Charger lease. Then I'm trading, watching a live stream of them standing there. VA, health, barracks, and food. About 150 a day. That's not half bad. It's like, it's better than working at McDonald's. What PTSD are you gonna have from standing outside the White House holding a flag? McDonald's also has a higher chance of you getting shot, ironically. Yeah. Proximity to Trump? Maybe. Trump grabbing you by the pull. I'm fairly sure. Do you think they select the most hot dude for the on-cam position? That's again. I'm gonna say this. That I don't think that's a dude. It's the delicate facial bones and then the bun that are kind of giving that away. Pretty sure you can't rock a bun if you're a dude in the military. No, you can't have a man bun in the military, Nuke. Not unless you're like not unless you're like a Navy SEAL or something. Then you can. We filling this gap or what? Starting to. New low for the day. Looks like we might be slipping 20 a little bit here. Twenty is slightly supportive. There's puts coming into the downside. 15, 10. A few of them. More out of the money, though, than at the money. Since my prediction was correct for the high... Wait, no, it wasn't. Hold the fuck up. Your high for the day is 55.92. 94, sorry. 55.94. I need VIX to get back over 35. The sooner it does that, ideally, the better. Did anybody just see WeBull bounce fucking $10? I'm gonna close this shit. I need VIX back above 50. Noted, Hugh. Everyone knows Delta Force is way cooler and has better hair than SEAL teams. It's common law. That sounds suspicious. Those green berets are pretty fucking dope. Yeah, we left a gap at 16 on the failure of the gamma flip.
We're close. We're close. Start recording? No. When you see him come out, yeah. But we're close.
A little bit of support at 5,400, but not a lot.
President Trump, sir, President Trump, your message to Christians during this Holy Week, sir, the start of Holy Week. Do you have a message for Christians, sir, during this Holy Week, sir?
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Hmm. Hmm. What does it mean when the flips are so close together? I mean, Delta, like, the Delta exposure is about to fall negative. But, I mean, nothing. They're just drifting to this, like, the neutral point is drifting to the same strike. I would argue that just the Delta flip dropping is bearish in its own right. It has nothing to do with consolidation. How are we looking, Glorp? Full bull now? No, just a little bounce. I'm just spreadsheet of White House employees and salaries. The chief calligrapher makes more than the ethics council. he probably doesn't do a lot of work, right? Well, that was exciting. Fuck was the point of that? Ghosted the press? They're hard. Ooh, there goes 5,400. That's kind of bearish. P370. A little bit of support at 80, but not much. There's puts all the way down to like 60 and 50. Yeah, a lot of bot puts rolling in. Auctions weren't great. So help me God, if Gherk nails his prediction again, I'll make some decent money. Alright, man. What does it mean when I own a contract that no longer exists? Did it expire? The 10 and 30 were kind of okay, actually. It wasn't just the just the 10-year. It's not impossible for there to be more demand. Trump's. Oh, okay.
President, you have 350 million people to liberate. But to liberate 350 million people, you have to imprison some. That's the way it works, right? You cannot just free the criminals and think crime is going to go down magically. You have to imprison them so you can liberate 350 million Americans that are asking for the end of crime and the end of terrorism. And it can be done. I mean, you're doing it already. And I'm sure that people have seen the change in the streets.
Holy shit, this is hard to hear.
Because you're just initiating your second term, but it's clear that with the numbers at the border, with even in Democrat-run cities, they get a help from the work you're doing. So I'm really happy to be here, honored, and eager to help.
Well, we had a terrible thing happen. We had an administration that allowed people to come in freely into our country from not only South America, but from all over the world, many from the Congo and Africa, Asia, all over the world, Europe, rough parts of Europe. And they came from prisons, and they came from mental institutions, and they came from gangs, and the gangs of Venezuela and other places. And hundreds of thousands and even millions of them came. 21 million people altogether, but many of the people that came, just a tremendous percentage of them were criminals, in some cases violent criminals. We had 11,088 known murderers. Half of them murdered more than one person. This was allowed by a man who, what he did to our country is just unbelievable. So we're straightening it out, we're getting them out. But what they did and what that party did to our country, open borders, anybody could come in. As soon as I heard that, I said, every prison's going to be emptied out into our country. That's what happened. And we're straightening it out. And we just had numbers. We had the highest recruiting numbers in the history of our country going into police departments. And a year ago, we had the lowest numbers. You couldn't hire a
biggest
police.
change. Yeah.
Nobody's
From
ever
the lowest
seen.
to the highest.
And the military now, Marines, the Army,
Yeah, this
Air
is pretty
Force,
bad.
Coast Guard. Every slot is, I mean, we have the best numbers we've ever had. We call it recruitment numbers.
Half the popo.
We've never had anything like it. We had records on at every single level. But very important, the policemen. The policemen are joining forces now. That
532, 34 strikes disappeared after I bought the 32
32
this morning.
And we cherish
Oh,
our
weird.
police.
I have no
Police are great,
fucking
and
clue.
the firemen and everybody else. But we have the highest numbers that we've ever had, the most enthusiasm. Great enthusiasm. And on trade and other things, we're doing great. We're taking in billions and billions of dollars. We made, 2 weeks ago, I gave them a little bit of a pause because, you have to show a little flexibility. But we go back to what we have to do. The markets have been very strong once they got used to it. But we were losing $2 billion a day. There's no company big like this. This is the biggest deal ever made. Now we're making $3 billion a day. We're a great country, but we had stupid people running this country, and I can say it. But what they've done to us at the border should never and can never be forgotten. It's a sin, what they did, and you are helping us out, and we appreciate it.
Thanks. Thank you. Actually, what you're doing with the border is remarkable. It has dropped, 95%? It's incredible.
That, as of this morning, 99%, 99.1% to be exact.
Why are those numbers not in the media?
Well, they get out with the fake news, like CNN over here doesn't want to put them out because they don't like putting out good numbers. They only like putting out because I think they hate our country, actually.
We left a gap in
That's a
maybe
good-
one
But it's
also.
a shame. You're right. Isn't that a great question? Why doesn't the media? Why don't they put out numbers?
Yeah, 99%. I mean, it's crazy, right?
We're doing
It's
great.
a crazy turnaround.
Christy, could you maybe say a couple of words about the border? How we're doing?
It's just been absolutely phenomenal what a great leader can do. Clear direction. Our laws matter. We should only have people in our country that love us, and the Border Patrol and our ICE officers and law enforcement officers have done fantastic work. So we're proud of them. Now we just need to get the criminals and murderers and rapists and dangerous gang members and terrorist organizations out of our country. So, Mr. President Bukele, we thank you very much for your partnership. It has been
Did she just say we
wonderful for
should
us to
only
be
have
able to
people in our
someone
country who
stand
love
for the
us?
worst and someone to partner with. And we'd like to continue that partnership because it's been a powerful message of consequences. Mr. President, you wanted people to know that there was consequences if you break our laws and harm our people and endanger
Okay, just checking.
families. And this is a clear consequence for the worst of the worst, that we have somewhere to put them.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we even had this gang member from Venezuela, one of the ones you sent, and we interviewed him just to get some information, etc., from them. And he said, "Oh, well, I got arrested 6 times, but they released me the 6th time, so it should be released again." And then he said, "Well, but what's the last thing you do?" And he said, "Well, I shot a cop in the leg, but I didn't kill him. I just shot him in the leg." And we're like, this guy was arrested 6 times here in the United States, 6 times. He was released 6 times, and in the he was released 5 times, and the last time he was sent to El Salvador, right?
Yep,
So he's not
looks
getting
like it.
released. But the last time he shot a cop, actually, and he shot him in the leg. So these are, like you said,
Incredible, right?
yeah, but there's something broken.
The
in
liberal establishment, but they're not running things anymore in this country, and we're run by, and I don't say conservative, I don't say anything, we're run by people with great common sense,
Yeah, common sense.
because it's all common sense.
Yeah.
It's not liberal conservative, it's common sense.
Exactly.
And, like, do you allow men to play in women's sports? Do you allow men to box your women and box? Because I know you have a lot of boxing. in your
That's
country.
violence.
That's abuse of a
Violence
woman.
against women.
It's abuse of a
Totally.
woman. But we have people that fight to the death because they think men should be able to play in women's sports. And some of those sports, it wouldn't matter much, but it still matters. But some of them are very dangerous for women.
Some years ago,
What the fuck are we talking about? No one knows.
women rights movements were pressuring so that we enacted specific laws to avoid men abusing women.
Trump's managed to smuggle another autocrat into the White House, though.
But now some of the same people are trying to backtrack on that and actually trying to make new laws allowing men to abuse women even in sports. So actually, that doesn't
do
make
it in
sense.
sports.
It doesn't make sense.
It's crazy. You know, they have weightlifting records, right?
Yeah.
A woman gets up, lifts weights, she's incredible. A guy gets up and beats her by 100 pounds. What are you going to do? A record that hadn't been broken in 18 years. They put on an ounce and an ounce, quarter of an ounce, eighth of an ounce for 18 years. Now they have a guy come up, ping. The whole thing is crazy. But they continue to fight. And I don't like talking about it because I want to save it for just before the next election. I say to my people, don't even talk about it because they'll change. And but I watched this morning, there was a congressman fighting to the death for men to play against women in sports. And you say to yourself, why? What are they doing, right? What are they doing? But your country's
No,
not too big
there
in
isn't
that.
large support
No, of course
at
not.
5370.
We're big in protecting women.
We're good. That's right. It's a very important form of protection, too.
And as you can see, most of my cabinet are women. So
That's impressive.
yeah.
That's why you're
And
running.
they're not DEI hires or anything.
They
They're
can
just
be
great
done.
at what they do. Right?
That's right. This is very impressive.
Yeah,
This
no.
is a first. We've had women, but we've never had 3 of them right here. That's
4 and 3
And
men.
look what we have. You guys feel a little bit mistreated?
Ounce at the
I like
gap
it.
fill? Maybe.
We've been advanced. I've been very advanced in that regard too. We have Pam, who's been so
Yes, I know.
fantastic.
Christy.
Christy, and the most powerful woman they say
I
anywhere in the
know,
world.
exactly.
She's rated.
They're all afraid of her.
Susie Wells, they say, oh, she's tough. Most powerful woman in the world, according to magazines. What do I know? But I think she's
Yeah, the
probably-
bot puts kind of run short around like 65, 60.
And you know, Steve
65, 60.
Great job.
But then more bot puts are being bought to the downside all the way down to like
love
52, 50.
He really
So-
lets him have it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
There's no games.
No. It's very good.
He knows. Do you have any questions, please? Go. Let's not start with CNN because they're just so wrong. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. You repeatedly mentioned last night that Russia's attack on Ukraine was a mistake. What is the exact mistake? And have you given Putin a deadline to actually move toward a ceasefire?
The mistake was letting the war happen. If Biden were competent, and if Zelensky were competent, and I don't know that he is. We had a rough session with this guy over here. He just kept asking for more and more. That war should have never been allowed to happen. That war, I went 4 years and Putin wouldn't even bring it up. And as soon as the election was rigged and I wasn't here, that war started. There was no way that war should have been allowed to happen. And Biden should have stopped it. And you take a look at Putin. I'm not saying anybody's an angel. But I will tell you, I went 4 years and it wasn't even a question. He would never, and I told him, don't do it. You're not going to do it.
Don't do it.
And it was the apple of his eye.
Why didn't we try that
All you had to
last
do is
time
lower
around?
oil prices. If you lowered oil prices, Biden kept the prices so high because he made it impossible to get it. If you lowered oil prices, you would have never had the war. But you wouldn't have had it with me anyway. That war would have never happened. And I think it's a great abuse. So now what do? You get a country where 25% of its land is gone, and the best locations, where millions of people are killed. You know, you haven't reported accurately the
Part
death.
of the deal skill
And this is
issue.
Biden's war, and I'm trying to stop it. And I think we're going to do a good job. I hope we're going to do. They lose 2,500 young people a week, think on average. Now they're Russians and they're Ukrainians, but it's 2,000. We don't care.
Oh, now they're
Like,
both.
whatever it is.
Interesting.
They're not from your country, they're not from mine, but I want to stop it. 2,500, it's a killing field. It's like the Civil War. You take a look, I look at the satellite pictures. This should not be happening.
He's never going to let
in
go
our
of
time. Of
tariffs.
course, our time can be pretty violent, as we know. But that's a war that should have never been allowed to start. And Biden could have stopped it, and Zelensky could have stopped it, and Putin should have never started it. Everybody's to blame.
Have you spoken to President Zelensky, sir, about his offer to purchase more Patriot missile batteries?
Oh, I don't know. He's always looking to purchase missiles. You know, he's against. Listen, when you start a war, you got to know that you can win the war, right? You don't start a war against somebody that's 20 times your size, and then hope that people give you some missiles. If we didn't give them what we gave, remember, I gave them javelins. That's how they won their first big battle with the tanks that got stuck in the mud, and they took them out with javelins. They have an expression that Obama at the time, Obama gave them sheets and Trump gave them javelins.
He's going to start with this shit again?
But,
Jesus
it's
fucking
something that
Christ.
should
No
have
one
never
cares
happened.
about your
It's a really
javelins.
shame. The towns are destroyed. Towns and cities are, largely destroyed. They have the spires, the beautiful spires that go up. They say they were the most beautiful in the world in Ukraine for whatever reason, but the most beautiful in the world, they're mostly laying on their side, shattered and broken. And most importantly, you have millions of people dead. Millions of people dead because of 3 people. I would say 3 people. Let's say Putin, number 1, but let's say Biden, who had no idea what the hell he was doing, number 2, and Zelensky. And all I can do is try and stop it. That's all I want to do. I want to stop the killing. And I think we're doing well in that regard. I think you'll have some very good proposals very soon.
Last question, sir. Have you attributed a motive, sir? Have you attributed a motive through the FBI investigation behind the attack on Governor Josh Shapiro over the weekend?
No, I haven't, but the attacker was not a fan
I
of
want to
Trump.
leave. Where do you want to go?
Just from what I read and from what I've been told. The attacker basically wasn't a fan of anybody. It's probably just a whack job. And certainly a thing like that cannot be allowed to happen. Okay.
Good relation with President Bukele, the best guarantee that this time you won't terminate the temporary.
I have a great relationship with this man. I have the best relationship with him. We've known each other. I've known him since he was a very young man, as I said, very, very young. And I was impressed. I said, look how this guy is. In fact, you sort of look like a teenager. You still you look like a teenager. I said, what kind of a country is this? No, he grew up well in the last 5 years.
Do you support the extension for nationals of El Salvador under?
I support him.
Do you plan to ask him?
support. Go ahead. Let's hear the question from this very low-rated anchor at CNN. Low-rated. Which one is that?
The man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
Well, let me ask Pam. Would you answer that question?
Sure, President. First and foremost, he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019, two courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court, ruled that he was a member of MS-13.
He's definitely dead.
And he was illegally in our country.
Even if
Right
he's
now,
not, like, they
it was
can't bring him
paperwork,
back.
it was
Either he tells his
additional
story
paperwork
or he's a
that needed to be
martyr.
done.
It's a lose-lose.
That's up to El Salvador.
So they're
if
just
they
gonna
want
do
to return
nothing.
him. That's not up to us. The Supreme Court ruled, President, that if, as El Salvador wants to return him, this is international matters, foreign affairs. If they wanted to return him, we would facilitate it, meaning provide a plane.
So will you return him?
And you are doing a great job. Thank you, Pam. Stephen Miller, wait a minute. Could you just also respond to that question? Because, you know, it's asked by CNN, and they always ask it with a slant because they're totally slanted because they don't know what's happening. That's why nobody's watching them. But would you answer that question also, please?
Yes, gladly. So, as Pam mentioned, there's an illegal alien from El Salvador. So, with respect to you, he's a citizen of El Salvador. So, it's very arrogant even for American media to suggest that we would even tell El Salvador how to handle their own citizens as a starting point. As two immigration courts found that he was a member of MS-13. When President Trump declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist organization, that meant that he was no longer eligible under federal law, which I'm sure you know, you're very familiar with the INA, that he was no longer eligible for any form of immigration relief in the United States. So he had a deportation order that was valid, which meant that under our law, he's not even allowed to be present in the United States and had to be returned because of the foreign terrorist designation. This issue was then, by a district court judge, completely inverted, and a district court judge tried to tell the administration that they had to kidnap a citizen of El Salvador and fly him back here. That issue was raised to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said the district court order was unlawful, and its main components were reversed 9-0 unanimously, stating clearly that neither Secretary of State nor the President could be compelled by anybody to forcibly retrieve a citizen of El Salvador from El Salvador, who again is a member of MS-13, which, as I'm sure you understand, rapes little girls, murders women, murders children, is engaged in the most barbaric activities in the world, and I can promise you, if he was your neighbor, you would move right away.
So you don't plan
But
to
the
ask
Supreme
for
Court is
permission to
asking
get him
to.
back?
And what was the ruling in the Supreme Court, Steve? Was it 9-0?
Yes, it was a 9-0
In our favor.
in our favor against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual, at El Salvador's sole discretion, was sent back to our country, that we could deport him a second time.
Well,
No version of this legally ends up with him ever living here because he is a citizen of El Salvador. That is the president of El Salvador. Your questions about it for the court can only be directed to him.
They cut his mic. Yeah.
Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm supposed to be not suggesting that I'll smuggle a terrorist into the United States, right?
It's
I mean,
always
how can I smuggle?
The bond
how can I
market doesn't
return
like
him to the
constitutional
United States?
crises.
Smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, I mean, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
You could release him inside El Salvador.
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. I mean, we just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No, that's not going to happen.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into our
I mean, there's
So,
a fascination.
They would love it.
Yeah.
They're sick. These are sick people. Marco, do you have something to say about it?
Yeah, I mean, Stephen outlined it. I don't understand what the confusion is. This individual is a citizen of El Salvador. He was illegally in the United States and was returned to his country. That's where you deport people, back to their country of origin, except for Venezuela that wasn't refusing to take people back, or places like that. I can tell you this, Mr. President. No, the foreign policy of the United States is conducted by the President of the United States, not by a court. And no court in the United States has a right to conduct the foreign policy of the United States. It's that simple. End of
Oh,
story.
what a load of horse
The
shit.
Supreme Court held, by the way, to Marco's point. The Supreme Court said exactly what Marco said.
They're defying the fucking Supreme Court.
Of
I'm out.
Function United States. We won a case 9-0, and people like CNN are
Go get
portraying
an
it as a
apartment
loss
in Europe.
as usual
Fuck this
because
shit.
they want foreign terrorists in the country who kidnap women and children. But President Trump, his
PP,
policy
you were
is
wrong.
foreign terrorists that are here illegally get expelled from the country, which, by the way, is a 90-10 issue.
Well, Mr. President, you said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on your response just a few days ago.
How long do we have to answer this question from you? Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you
Why
go
can't we just
over
lie?
and over, and that's why nobody watches you anymore. You know, you have no credibility. Please, go ahead.
President Trump, thank you very much. How many illegal criminals are you
Nice G-Wagon. Well done, man.
to El Salvador, and President Kelly, how many are you willing to take?
He was a fucking informant.
As many as possible. And I just asked the president, you know, it's this massive complex that he built, jail complex. I said, can you build some more of them, please? As many as we can get out of our country that were allowed in here by incompetent Joe Biden through open borders. Open borders. You probably hear open borders and you can't even understand it because nobody can understand. Nobody smart or with common sense can understand it. So we have millions of people that should not be in this country that are dangerous, not just people, because we have people, but we have
Nice,
millions
Carl.
of people that are murderers, drug dealers. They've been allowed to come into our country by other countries that were very smart. When they heard that this very low IQ president, and by the way, I took my cognitive exam as part of my
Who gives a
physical
shit
exam,
about your cognitive
and I got
exam?
the highest mark, and one of the doctors said, sir, I've never seen anybody get that kind of, that was the highest mark. I hope you're happy with that, although they haven't been bugging me too much to take a cognitive, but I did do my physical and it was released. I hope you're all happy with it. I notice there's no question, so probably you are. But the cognitive, they said to me,
Who's
sir,
the
would you like
president
to take
of
a
El
cognitive
Salvador
test? I
on the
said,
cover
"Did
of GQ?"
Biden take one? No. Did anybody take one? No, not too many people took them. I said, what about Obama? Did he take one? No, he didn't take one either. I said, let
You
me be the only
know,
one to
Jay
take
Fresh, I'm not gonna
But
lie
I've
to you,
actually
man,
taken them 3
but
times
I'm
already. I like taking
like
them because they're
100% sure
They're not too tough for me to
that
take.
he wouldn't make the
But
cut.
we had a great physical exam, so I know you're going to ask that.
Maybe you
And the
just need like a
doctors,
close-up
total
image.
Professionals, Walter Reed Medical Center, they're great people. And I visited a soldier that was badly wounded, incredible soldier, lost his leg, and I spent a lot of time with him. I mean, great with his mother, and it was really a very great thing. They do a phenomenal job. I just want to say, Walter Reed, I was there for, 5-6 hours. You were there with me. But I took a full physical, and it came out perfecto, so that's good. That means you've got me for a little longer.
Would you be willing to pay for those facilities to be open if new ones were going to be built?
I'd do something. We'd help
Looks
them.
great.
They're great facilities, very strong facilities, and they don't play games. I'd like to go a step further. I mean, I said it to Pam. I don't know what the laws are.
I'm starting
We
to
always
shake
have to
off some
obey
of the
laws,
bot
but
pits down
We
here.
also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country, but you'll have to be looking at the laws on that, Steve, okay?
President, essential is it for you guys to be locking up these prisoners? And do you think more presidents should follow suit like you guys as far as taking a hard stance on crime?
Well, I do. I think everybody has to. I mean, the president said it better than anybody. He said, you know, you have liberty and you have to have liberty, but to have liberty, not everybody is going to be good. And, you know, some are bad because they're sick. They're mentally deranged. They're bad. And you have to take them, if you're going to have a country.
I wonder what the
take
court
those
does
people
next.
out.
They should send
We've been
Noam
doing
or
that.
Bondi
But
to
this
El
was like
Salvador
an unforced error, they would call it.
for
Where we
contempt
had
of court.
People that may hate our country, or maybe they're just stupid people. I think they're probably
It's
stupid
reasonable,
people
right?
myself. A lot of people said they did it for the vote, but I did better with Hispanic people than they did because I always use Hispanic. I did better. Your people love me. I saw my poll numbers in your country. I'm through the roof, right? 91%. No, some people think they do it for the vote. But they don't have to do it for the vote. They cheat. You know, they're professional cheaters. That's about the only thing they do well. So
I'm pretty sure
we just
Gnome's
have
on
had
the
a great
docket
relationship, and it's
as
become
the
bigger
defendant.
because of a strange thing that happened. You know, I came back. We had no war.
Is there a
in
thread
Ukraine.
count on the sheets that
We had no
Obama
war
sent?
with-
No one
We
knows.
had no October 7th Middle East problem. We had nothing. We had no inflation. We didn't have the Afghanistan most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. The Afghanistan not withdrawing, because I would have been out. You know, I had it all set to bring people out with dignity and pride. That was the worst, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan. We didn't have any of that. You wouldn't have had the war with Russia, Ukraine. You wouldn't have had the Middle East problem because Iran was broke. They had no money because we had secondary sanctions on and lots of other sanctions. And now every single thing, got a problem with Iran, but I'll solve that problem. That's almost an easy one. We got to solve a war that should have never started, Ukraine and Russia, and we'll get that solved. And we have to solve problems, and we already solved inflation. You know, if you look at the
You're
numbers,
shaking your
the numbers
leg?
are
No, I'm
incredible.
furiously masturbating to the downfall of our
market's up.
democracy.
And we're not letting other
Thanks for
countries
asking,
take
Bob.
advantage of this country like they have for the last 40 years. So thank you very much. You have a question, please?
Mr. President, thank you so much. You scored another major investment win this morning when NVIDIA pledged to build its AI
Poopy, the people you're describing are all you.
right here in the United States.
Thank you. That's a question I like. That's true.
What is your reaction to this announcement, sir, and how will this positively benefit Americans across America?
Well, it's one of the biggest announcements you'll ever hear, because NVIDIA, as you know, controls that.
Why is Trump
almost
sitting
the
with his
entire
coat buttons? It's
sector.
driving me
It's one of the most
crazy.
important sectors in the world, between chips and
Valid.
semiconductors and everything else, and they're the biggest. And the other biggest we already have coming in and spending $300 billion, as you know. They announced 2 weeks ago. But NVIDIA is so highly respected. And this was an announcement that a lot of people, I knew it was going to happen, but not to the extent that it happened. It's big. And the reason they did it is because of the election on November 5th and because of a thing called tariffs, as I say, the most beautiful word in the dictionary. After love, God, relationship, the press actually hit me. I said, tariff is the most beautiful word in the dictionary. What about family, love, God? So I got hit even on that. You understand? I said, okay. So now I say it's my fifth most favorite word because they get you on anything. But no, that NVIDIA, it's one of the great companies of the world, modern, super modern companies, controls segments that nobody, you know, sort of controls the world in a sense, and they're coming in here in the biggest way with hundreds of billions of dollars. Not like millions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, and I'm honored by it. And I want to thank Jensen and all of the people that we deal with. They're great people, they're brilliant people. And without tariffs, they wouldn't be doing it. Okay? Thank you very much. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Considering additional sanctions against Russia after their latest attack, and do you have an update on the rate and when you might announce them?
Well, I already have sanctions on Russia. I put them there. If you remember, Nord Stream 2, that's the big pipeline that goes through Europe. I stopped it. That's Russia's pipeline.
Was
the
afterwards
largest
and
pipeline,
pre-market a
I think, in the
scam?
world. Goes to Germany. And I stopped it.
What do you
And
mean?
when Biden came
Sure.
in, he approved it. And then they say, oh, I'm friendly with Russia. No. Putin said, you know, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you when you're my enemy. I stopped the biggest economic job they ever had. I stopped it cold, right? It was dead. You know that, right? And Biden
Was the
came in
bounce
and
looking less
immediately
likely?
approved it. What was that all about?
I mean, puts to the upside are
And,
still taking profits.
It's a pipeline.
There's
that
a
takes
lot of
care of
puts.
A lot of the needs.
Definitely not very hard for us to slip down to 53.60 or
But I stopped it,
53.50.
and Biden approved it. Question?
On tariffs?
No, not you. Not you. Go ahead. Go ahead. What? Pharmaceuticals we're going to do. We have
70.
we don't make
70's
our own
kind of
drugs,
important here.
Our own pharmaceuticals. We don't make our own drugs anymore. The drug companies are in Ireland and they're in lots of other places, China. And all I have to do is impose a tariff. The more, the faster they move in. The higher the tariff, it's very serious.
Yeah, say more
It's
things about how much you
inversely
love
proportional.
tariffs.
The higher the tariff, the faster they come.
There we go.
And yeah, we're going to be doing that.
That's the
gonna
good
be
stuff.
like we
Yeah,
have on
talk about how
cars. We have,
fast
as you
they
know,
come when you
25%
tariff them.
Tariff on cars. We have a
Talk about it
25%
harder.
tariff on steel and aluminum, and that's what that category fits right now.
Do you have a percentage in mind? Do you have a timeline?
I have a timeline, yeah, not too distant future. And we're doing it because we want to make our own drugs. We're doing it because we want to make our own steel and aluminum, lumber, other things. And,
Talk about beautiful coal
they're all
while you're
coming
at
in.
it.
We have record numbers, $7 trillion.
Dude, WeBull will not stop going up.
Like a month and a half ago, since I came in.
Kinda
We have
fucking
over
love this
$7 trillion
stock.
being invested in the country. We didn't have $1 trillion. We didn't have a half a trillion dollars.
Oop,
with
there
some of
goes
these
60.
guys. I didn't know what the hell they were doing. So we have the largest investment that we've ever heard of, and we're only 2 months in. And that'll continue at levels that you've never seen before.
VIX
So it's
ripping.
gonna happen. And even the stock market's up today. It's we also had,
You clearly haven't looked,
a
bud.
lot of people didn't say it the way it was. We had the largest gain in the stock market. in
Trump just checking the Wall Street
every
Journal
single
print
time.
edition. It's like,
Because we get
S&P's
eliminated
up
because
2
people didn't
1/4 points.
understand, the power of our economic, our country economically, if you use it right. Do you have something to say on that, JD?
Yes, sir. I mean, look, for 40 years we have lost manufacturing capacity. Workers have seen their wages stagnate. And some of the most critical things that we need, from the pharmaceuticals, the drugs that we give to our children, the antibiotics that we give to our kids, to the weapons that we actually need to fight a war, if God forbid we had to fight a war, we don't make enough of that stuff. And so President Trump ran explicitly on changing that. Yes, as the president mentioned, it caused a little bit of disruption in the market, but I actually think over the long term, workers are going to benefit, stocks are going to go up, American businesses are going to benefit as we reinvest and reindustrialize our country.
And the auto workers and the Teamsters and all of the
Rejection on the
not
retest at
traditionally
65
Republican,
here
but
would be
I'm winning
interesting.
those unions by, we're up 40, 50 points on the Democrats. They're losing everything. They're losing everything because they just have policies that are not believable. They fight for policies that are 5% popular, and nobody knows who the 5% are. I mean, nobody can find the 5%. But if you go back to Ohio, and by the way, we have the great championship team from Ohio coming in today, right?
Very big day.
And that's going to be a little bit later. And that'll be, if you want to stick around, I'll introduce you to some nice people. You'll see some very large people, right? You'll see some people that even you have not seen. People like this. These are big. These are 6'7", 380 pounds with no fat. Okay, that's pretty good. Right? But the team, the national championship team, is being honored today at the White House, so that'll be exciting. If you're around, you want to stay around, I'll have you up there. You can tell them all about your prison, how you have to behave when you go to that prison. Okay. Who else is there? Yeah, please. Go ahead, please, behind you.
You said yesterday that you're making a decision on Iran very quickly.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Is that a decision?
Well, they have to solve their problem very quickly. Iran wants to deal with us, but they don't know how. They really don't know how. We had a meeting with them on Saturday. We have another meeting scheduled next Saturday. I said, that's a long time. You know, that's a long time. So I think they might be tapping us along. But Iran has to get rid of the concept of a nuclear weapon. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. He can't have a nuclear weapon. Nobody can have it. We can't have anybody having nuclear weapons, you know? We can't have nuclear weapons. And I think they're tapping us along because we're so used to dealing with stupid people in this country. And I had Iran perfect. You had no attacks. You would have never had October 7th in Israel, the attack by Hamas, because Iran was broke. They were stone cold broke when I was president. And I don't want to do it. I want them to be a rich, great nation. The only thing is, one thing, simple. It's really simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. And they got to go fast because they're fairly close to having one. And they're not going to have one. And if we have to do something very harsh, we'll do it. And I'm not doing it for us. I'm doing it for the world. And these are radicalized people, and they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Does that include a potential strike on Iranian nuclear facility?
Of course it does.
And just a follow-up question, a clarification. You mentioned that you're open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador.
Love it.
Does that include potentially U.S. citizens fully naturalized Americans?
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if
Did a 90-year-old get hit with a baseball bat? What the fuck is going on?
Island, Brooklyn? Yeah, that includes them. What, do you think there's a special category of person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have bad ones too.
No?
And
Okay.
I'm all for it. Because we can...
It's
do
in West Side
things with
Story
the president
too.
for less money and have great security. And we have a huge prison population. We have a huge number of prisons, and then we have the private prisons, and some are operated well, I guess, and some aren't. But he does a great job with that. We have others that we're negotiating with too. But no, if it's a homegrown criminal, I have no problem. Now, we're studying the laws right now. Pam is studying. If we can do that, that's good. And I'm talking about violent people. I'm talking about really bad people. Really bad people. Every bit as bad as the ones coming in. And I made the statement when I heard about this a long time ago now, 4 years ago. When I heard that this guy was having open borders, I said every single criminal from all over the world is going to be dumped into our country. And that's what happened. Jails. The jails of the Congo were emptied out. The jails of Venezuela were emptied out. And you know what happened? Their crime went way down. But now Venezuela has other problems. You know what the problem is? They have no money. Yeah. Because I shut off their oil, and we put secondary tariffs because they're not doing what's right over there. They know what to do. We spoke to them. I spoke to them. They know what to do. But they have no money. Venezuela has no money. But Iran had no money, and Iran behaved so beautifully. And then Biden took all those secondary tariffs and tariffs on. I told China, you can't buy oil. If you buy oil from Iran, China, I told it to President Xi, then we no longer want you to do business with the United States of America. And those ships disappeared from that harbor so quickly. China. Get along great with China.
Are the talks with Iran productive? Do you want to continue that?
What?
The talks with Iran, do you believe those are productive? Do you want to continue that?
I think Iran could be a great country as long as it doesn't have nuclear
Jan
weapons.
20th,
If they have
77-year-old
nuclear
Neil
weapons, they'll never get a
Pittman
chance to be a great
hit with
country.
aluminum bat
They will
during
never get a chance. They
carjacking.
won't even come close. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yesterday,
Trenda Aguas jacking cars and
which specific products are you considering, and how long is short-lived? Weeks, months?
I'm looking at something to help some of the
and
truck
fucking
companies where
okay.
they're switching to
Nice.
Parts that were made in Canada, Mexico, and other places, and they need a little bit of time because they're going to make them here, but they need a little bit of time. So I'm talking about things like that.
What about any Apple products, other cell phones?
It's in the fentanyl and carjacking
Look, I'm a very
business.
flexible person. I don't change my mind.
It's kind of
when I'm
impressive.
flexible. And you have to be. You just can't have a wall and you'll only go. No, sometimes you have to go around it, under it, or above it. There'll be maybe things coming up. I speak to Tim Cook. I helped Tim Cook recently, and that whole business. You know, I don't want to hurt anybody, but the end result is we're going to get to the position of greatness for our country. We're the greatest economic power in the world if we're smart. If we're not smart, we're going to hurt our country very badly. We lost with China over the Biden years trillions of dollars on trade. Trillions of dollars. And he let them fleece us. And we can't do that anymore. And you know what? I don't blame China at all. I don't blame President Xi. I like him. He likes me. I mean, you know, who knows? Who the hell cares?
Do you have any updates on
But
talks
you know
with
what?
China?
What?
Do you have any updates with talks with China?
No, let me just tell you this. I don't blame China. I don't blame Vietnam. I see their meeting today. Is that wonderful? That's a lovely meeting. They're meeting like trying to figure out how do we screw the United States of America. Don't forget, the European Union was formed to do just that. The European Union was formed to hurt the United States and on trade. and they get us on NATO because they don't pay their bills. But now, since I got involved, they have been paying their bills. I took in over $600 billion for NATO. Nobody took in anything. I mean, they were all delinquent. They had 8 nations out of 28 paid their bills. The rest of them were way delinquent. And I said, if you don't pay your bills, we're not going to protect you anymore. And the money poured in over 600. The Secretary General last week made that statement. He said, I've never seen anything like it. We couldn't get anybody to pay.
Mel Pittman happened
the
in
United States
2020?
was footing the bill for NATO. Well,
okay.
We got hurt there, and we got hurt on trade, likewise, European Union. And they've got to come to the table. And they're trying to. They're trying to. But the European Union is taking terrible advantage. They don't take our food products. They don't take our cars.
Some bot puts coming in at 85
we have
here.
millions of their cars, BMW.
So some few bot calls out at
Mercedes-Benz,
5,400, not
others.
many.
They come in by the millions. They don't take. There are no Chevrolets
Any
in
rejection
Munich.
here will
I
probably
can tell you
slip
that.
back down to like
I
a
said to Angela
75
Merkel
or 70
when she was
test.
there, as she was letting
No,
millions
it's
of
not getting
people
more
infiltrate
bullish.
Germany, which
Not
was
really.
not so good from
Some like
illegal-
out of the money
illegal
bot
immigrants.
calls.
But she made them legal.
But that
And
might
I
just
said
be
to her,
short
and I
calls
got along with her
closing
very well. I
on
said,
the
how many
bounce.
Chevrolets do we have in Munich or Frankfurt? Why, none, Donald, none. I said, you're right. And yet we take in millions and millions of cars. No, those days are over. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Head out the door. Thanks, guys.
One of the wildest stories unfolding right now. Chinese manufacturers via influencers are skipping traditional retail channels and giving up the import game details direct to consumers via TikTok. Huh. So smuggling?
I think people are tired of seeing the United States rip.
Hmm. I have a cheese plug. Nice. I don't have to worry about cheeses yet. Yes, they just admitted they were going to defy a Supreme Court order on national television. Or, well, at least try. We'll see. Obviously, the Supreme Court has tools with which to push back against that. Do they? Yeah, they do. Federal marshals, they can deputize anybody. They can deputize military command, they can deputize police. The military has a sworn duty to the Constitution, not to Trump. Some of them take that pretty seriously. Yeah, it could start a civil war. Bear steepeners climbing. It doesn't matter who they vote for. You know, shockingly, there's a large number of people in this country that voted for Trump, but are not okay with him creating a constitutional crisis. The percentage of his voters that are willing to back that kind of action are far fewer than you think. I'm definitely pretentious. Yeah. But is there even a question of that? Everybody has guns. This is America. As someone who's worked in aerospace and defense for over 10 years, your guns are useless if there's an all your guns at home are useless if there's an all-out war. Yeah. Yeah, that AR-15 you bought from Walmart's not gonna take down a Predator drone. I wasn't bullish on Apple anyway. I just outlined the levels it needed to get across. 201's not really good enough. It needs to move higher to gain stability. Hello to the Ukrainian woman who took down a drone with a jar of pickles. It's a big difference between like a Radio Shack drone assembled in Iran and a Predator drone that's flying at like 800 miles an hour, 5,000 feet in the air. BNED should expand to selling guns. There's plenty of guns. We don't need more. There's enough guns in the country for all of us. And those are just the ones we know about. I could take like $6,000 right now, go to Brooklyn, and probably get robbed. But if I don't get robbed, I could walk away armed to the teeth. We can get guns, grenades. Do it live stream. Little Odessa's a fun spot. Ooh, dork. Should we spin up a Gammastrike arms division? Oh, fuck yeah. Calm down, Nuke. Pippi, if you want to be the wholesaler, you have to agree to never say anything remotely political again. QQQ is down more than SPY. Where's Poopy and his bullish exemptions? It's a good question. Hmm. Still bot puts coming in below spot. Go Weeble go. It won't stop going up. It's kind of awesome. I don't know. I haven't planned my speech. Hmm. Do you just chop in this range for the rest of the day? I don't know. Maybe. Is there any other news coming up? Waller's speaking at 1. Trump's going to be at a football event at 3 o'clock. No, I don't do my taxes. Hmm. Nice slot machine. Hmm. Is this SLD? SLD starts on Wednesday. WeBull has gone up $15 since 11 o'clock. Their platform isn't that good. I mean, they make money. That's kind of all that matters. I have no idea who blew up on the carry trade. I don't know if anybody's actually blown up yet. Given that leverage stayed fairly elevated over the last week, I would say no one. Hmm. It is good, but execution's garbage. Execution's fine. IBKR is better. Yep. There's not a lot going on. What made you make your line submarine compared to Dork and JFresh? Dork's was worse than mine, wasn't it? Yeah, Dork said like fucking 58.60 end of week. Yeah, WeBull's still ripping. I didn't invest early. I bought it at like 14 bucks. I only have like 400 shares. I don't have like a lot of it. I was like, oh, maybe this will kind of line up with Robinhood. I didn't really have much of a thesis behind it. Yeah, WeBull. Hey, we finally rejected. Nice. We left a gap at 53.89. Just FYI. Oh, I'm gonna get stopped out. Why wasn't it in Pickles picks? I don't know. There was no, like, I didn't have any thesis. I just bought, like, a little bit of it. I was like, that seems like a low IPO price. Fucking... I don't put IPOs in Pickles picks. I didn't know it was gonna IPO. They announced it, like, on WeBull. You reportedly working on a trade deal with Trump? Yeah, they've been saying that for a few days now. Huge Juice posted on the subreddit because he heard his name mentioned in the Sunday stream. Awesome. Yep, he's still around. That's beautiful. Oh, I wish this would fucking dump already. Somebody's down here buying like 53.40 and 35 and 30 pits. So many out of the money bot pits. It's me. Alright, well, at least we know. I missed the Sunday stream. Was it a good one? Yeah, actually, it was pretty good. Are you making money when you hum like that? Yeah. WeBull's already at like $74. It just won't stop. Now what? Random ups. That was interesting. I don't know if there was any news. Probably not. Just fucking super stop loss on it. Basically, yeah. Back end of distribution. Signs of a super healthy market. What NVIDIA news? I believe higher inflation from tariffs will be temporary. Ooh, fancy. What a bold statement. Is anything shifting around here? Not really. Some bot calls at 85 on that. Transitory even. It fucking matters if core inflation goes up to like 4 or 5%. It'll take the Fed 5 years to fucking bring it down again. Greg, I sold my WeBull. Oh no. Now I'm all alone. Thought about underweek pits and didn't set stops yet. What the fuck was that? That's just like the kind of shit that's been happening lately. You just think WeBull gets to $100? I have a stop at 70 right now, so I'm probably gonna be right behind you. New tech stack with vague fundamentals. Pump it. Yeah. FinTech. There's no options. Deserves it more than Reddit. Yeah, I thought so. Webull and Reddit were the backbones of this community. I can't believe no one went long. It's crazy. I sold the like influencer Reddit they let me buy before the IPO, like way too low. Your video thumbnail today is haunting. I will say that the app didn't really spam the shit out of it, but it was a notification like last week. Bulls really don't want this below 70. No, things kind of start to fall off a cliff. Losing 5,400 was already pretty bad for the Bulls today. You can just check IPOs every week, like same as earnings. I'm gonna move my stop up to 75. You know, it'd be really the icing on the cake for today if my fucking puts from yesterday would go in the money and VIX would go back above 40. I'd really like that. Whatever, Friday. My straddle puts were in the money today for like 30 seconds. Hmm. Six 6.0 earthquake in San Diego. Oh shit. Fucking stopped out. Oh, there goes my WeBull. Oh well. That was fun. Right when I moved my stop to fucking 75. Bastards. Hmm. Volume's dying. They're going for the push. Maybe. Lower high. Still no out of the money bot calls. Well, some at like 15, 20, 25, but I don't think those are actually bought. Oh. Fed said the Fed will have to cut rates to prevent a recession. I think Waller's just fucking on one today. Is that how it works? That's how they hope it works. Yeah. What if it doesn't work? Inflation explodes. Hmm. Gamma falls off down to like 75, 70, but then it's still looks hard for us to fall below like 65. We're gonna need to position, like, we need to see more puts come in between 65 and 50. So far there's like none. Hmm. Hmm. 53.93. Did the Bulls go back up to 5,400? At least they shook off some of the puts. There'll be resistance at like 5,405-ish. All the bot calls from the first wick are still trapped out of the money. Like 5,415 out to 5,450. What happened? Waller said a bunch of bullshit. Hmm. Love how none of these market-moving random Fed speeches are able to be streamed. Most of the Fed speakers aren't streamed unless it's like one of the senior members or JPOW. I need to watch here and see if calls pick up on the rejection. Some calls at 5400, 5405 closing. Bot calls at 1520, 35 came in and then closed. Bot puts at 95. Speed has a perfect V on GSX Live. Yeah, there's a lot of open interest. It's actually weighted to the downside, which is interesting. And Delta's kind of dog shit for the bulls. This isn't great. If they could push a little higher, then maybe like out above 5425, they could get some momentum, but staying under 5400's not great. Left a gap down at 84 also. Recession risk would outweigh risk of higher inflation. ES is starting to fail. Kind of slowly, but it's getting there. Magic red candle. Imagine it ending higher today. It's possible. It doesn't look very likely, but it's definitely possible. ES lost support a little bit. It's still trading below VWAP too. Almost filled the downside gap at 84. The price is on this chart, shockingly, but I'll switch it back to the other one. Hmm. Finish this sentence. If we lose 53.50, we... 53.50? Probably back to the collar puts. It'd be a red candle for Halloween. Beautiful. One thing missing on just the stream is a clock. There's a update timer up here. Yeah. So, you can tell what time it is within a few seconds. Hmm. Seems like the second half of Friday. A little bit. It's not like a lot of long-term support here or anything. So it could fail. Just might take a minute. Am I muted? Oh shit. That NVIDIA announcement was this morning. That article's late, me too. Mm. Hmm. So the only thing really going on is bot calls at 80, bot puts at 90, 5400, and 95. Still a bunch of out of the money bot puts, but definitely not at the levels they were at earlier. Dude, I don't care about the fucking weekly prediction at all. That's what somebody who cares about weekly predictions would say. I mean, I meant it. Bulls are trying hard. Not really. They're trying hard, really hard not to lose 70 or 70 or 65, but they're not trying super hard to pump it right now. Maybe wait until end of day when it's cheaper. Maybe. They closed their like a bunch of the out of the money bot pits. So it doesn't seem like they're trying to push it up to like 15 or 25 anymore. Hmm. Micro rejection. To your right shoulder on the 1 hour. No, but it is a failure of the reversal off of like 5250 ES. I guess if are you just talking about like over the last 3 hours? Really? I think that kind of already dumped. Imagine going on a nice helicopter tour with your family and just go bye-bye because of one loose bolt. I mean, why the fuck are you getting in a helicopter in the first place? Fucking dangerous. I don't know why people ride in those things. Plane tours in New York weren't a thing before then either. I live in New York City, and I've still never met anybody else in New York City that took a helicopter tour. Was he taking a helicopter tour? Wasn't I thought he was like some finance guy. Rich people love helicopters. Yeah, some rich people do. Other rich people stay the fuck out of them because it's a great way to die when you're rich. CEO of Siemens and his family. Oh. I'm rich. Love helicopters. Fuck that. Do you ever see 4,500 again? Maybe. Definitely not impossible. Hmm. What's up, Egg Spit? Yes, retested VWAP and failed. Just need to retest the low now. Tired of these shitbags coming in and smashing BTU every day. Let it rip to 30. Let's get like a big short position on it. Have a big long position on it. Valid. Hmm. JFresh is free to rejoin the server whenever he wants. Hmm? It was like a argument with the mods. Was he in the stream yesterday? Yeah. He's on the stream right now. He's just taking a small break. Ooh. That's fucking spicy. 5380 bot calls. Huh. Bot puts at 5415. See, when Waller says that, he's talking 3% a year on top of the current inflation. Ooh. Some bot puts. I think puts being bought back at 5350. Sold puts at 5350 being bought back. That's tricky. Cycling up. I don't know. More 15 pits coming in. There's some bot calls at 25, 30, 40. Yes, retested VWAP. Rejected a little bit, but not completely. A positive delta here. Yeah, delta's still really shitty to the upside. Gamma picks up though. This is a bull trap, right? It's kind of starting to feel a bit like one. Wouldn't Death Cross? We get one if we close here. It's just a big systematic trigger. It scares retail investors. Holy fuck, nothing's happening. Work out a little bit. Hmm. I feel like someone's really caught on the wrong side of the short on BTU. You can call it whatever you want, Carl. Didn't expect the clean coal inquisition. Yeah, apparently not. QQQ just had a down candle. Sam says the big up candle 30 minutes ago, similar volume. Does that mean anything? Probably not. Trying to get some more bot calls to the upside. 20, 30, 35. There's a resistance at 20 and 25 though. I'm not sure 15 is really that strong of a resistance. So probably be able to push up a little higher. One second. Bot calls coming in 25, 35, 50 now. Welcome to Billionaire Paul. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the pickle jar where we send it all we cry.
Our headline saying Trump offered tariff relief and we can support those journalists. It's a good question. Bot puts coming in at 15 and 10. The market opened at almost 2% and then fell negative. I'm kind of trying to push up again, I guess. It's sort of working out. Seems like bulls and bears are just playing this level by level. I mean, there's not like a huge amount of positioning anywhere. Some like we push up, test, reject, puts close, push up again. Yeah, there's some IV crush. I don't know how long IV crush is gonna last, but so far it's holding up. This is kind of the problem, is that none of the supportive call positioning is staying around. Like, every time we pump up, they close their calls. And so it's kind of leaving each level like a little more and more exposed to a downside move. Put call OI, it'd just be a static number. It wouldn't change. OI is only updated at the end of the day. Nice, Tuttle. Yeah, SLD could be a thing. Margin requirements are super fucking high right now. No, JFresh isn't banned from the Discord. He just took a break. He'll probably be back soon. Is he okay? Yeah. Nobody did anything to JFresh. But he got in an argument with the mods. He was just in the chat like an hour ago. Somebody pooped in his hot tub. Kind of. Actually, everyone kind of pooped in everyone's hot tub, and it blew up into a whole big fucking dramatic thing that never needed to happen. But it's resolved for the most part, and will be further resolved soon. When was this? I think it was like over the weekend or last Friday. Hmm. Is Gammastrike about to get an HR department? The mods can't argue with me. I pull the race card while wearing Sperry's when I feel threatened. Smart. This price action is annoying. I want to go back to Doomer mode. The index is at 5,400. I think Doomer mode is still pretty valid here. There isn't enough runic glory in the pickle jar. Apparently, that was the issue. The argument wasn't super public. It was mostly on the mod Discord. JFresh won't let me in his hot tub. Yeah, that makes sense. Did they hug it out? Not yet, but hugs are incoming. Alright, calm down. He's been gone for a day and a half. And he posts in the Discord like once a week when he's not busy shitposting on Twitter. I don't have a yacht. That would be wildly frivolous. I can't believe JFresh would have gone into it with someone. There were some sensibilities and ideologies that were in conflict. And JFresh decided to be very dramatic, as he does. And then other people also got dramatic, which escalated things. Hmm. You talking about when he was talking about ARs and mowing down children? Actually, no. No, that wasn't it. Surprisingly. I didn't offer to sleep with either of their significant others. A16, QQQ, 250p, gonna prompt. That's a good one, man. You're cheating on my wife? No, Carl. Can you zoom in on the chart? Yeah, sure. Getting a little bit more support at 20 here. I'm aware. Probably done with downs for today. I mean, we could reject and move down again. There's nothing really stopping us. They're pushing up right now, but there's no support. Gold isn't dumping. It's down a little. Oh shit. I'm sorry to hear that, Darth. I had no idea. That sucks, dude. I hope you're doing alright. I think he has a bit of a boy crush on Bukele. Probably. Maybe this time the leg touching was deeper. Yeah, anytime, man. Wouldn't rug pull? I don't know. Maybe a bit higher. What if no rug pull? We just end the day here at 54.25. I don't know. There's quite a bit of puts building to the downside right now. There's bound to be a rejection at some point. I don't know how far down that rejection will carry us, but... VIX is just chilling at 3080. U.S. consumer credit fell 810 million in Feb, posting the second monthly decline in the last 4 months. Hmm. It's projected 15 billion. I don't even see consumer credit on the thing for today. I'm sure it's not old. Gamma flip pushing out usually means there's profit taking, but I don't think it's very much. There's still some bot calls at 50 and some in the money bot calls at 25, 15, and 10. Hmm. Data point was 4.7. Yeah, that makes more sense. Retail inflow, 92% buys. Gives a shit what retail investors do. Tariffs get in the way of hot girl summer. I hope not. Hmm. Why are the bulls getting boned on it going up? It's a very weird take. I'm gonna play 5402 downside gap fill. There's bot puts all the way down to like 5405, so sure, but there's no gap down there. Need to slip 20 to move down substantially. I'm talking today soon. I have no idea. Speaking at Ohio State in 18 minutes. You shrink, grow the bottom. You can drag them like that. But there's no zoom in, zoom out on them. Although I guess we could turn it back on since we removed like the bulk of the indicators. So we're less, we'll probably get less fucked up. The EU guy said 90-day window, seizing the 90-day window for a mutual solution to unjustified tariffs. So I'm sure those talks are going great. Fall's like starting to turn up a little. There's still puts at 20, 15, and 10. Synthetic long at 54.25 though. So I'd say if we slip 25, probably relevant. Need to maybe lose like 23 and 18 to get a larger downside move. Vol short. Looks like that kind of got stuffed a bit. Huh. We did a death cross on Friday too, but we closed too high for it to cross over. You have to. It depends on where we close for the day. Bought puts at 22.19. Sold puts at 40 and 25. Price action's punishment for all of the 5 to 10% days we had. A little bit. Is it pretty bearish not to get above last week's high? We're so close. I don't think it's that bearish. Pretty big supported pretty big supported 25 here. Maybe. I have no idea. I'm not watching MSTR at all. I'm sure there's probably a shitload of calls to the upside on it. Gamma Max is 322. What's that right now? 313. Really needs to get above. I think above like 317, 315 is pretty important. $37 test here on big vol shorts, kind of interesting. Just shitloads of sold puts. Different Lime, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Trump talking in like 5 minutes, I think. Now? Hold on. Bot calls 40, 50, 55, 60, 65. They're selling puts to the upside in the money. Bot puts at 35, 30, and a shitload of bot puts coming in at 54.10. Are they playing like music? Build the 40 gap. Ball bouncing off of Fix bouncing off of 30 to the upside. Pull back a little, support at 35 probably. Bot puts for 54.10, 53.75, and short puts closing at 54.20. It's also a couple at the money at 35 and 30, and then bot calls to the upside every strike out to 60, with the majority being at the 60 strike. It's possible putting flops. Although the quantities don't look all that similar. Is he about to announce a war? Maybe. The fuck was that? What could he possibly say at an event like this that would be bearish or bullish? Oh, great. Mono sound again. Hmm. Is the market just hoping Trump starts rambling about tariffs again? Starting to slip down to 30. Vol's going up quick. You can well, you can barely hear him.
Trump touches to the Oval Office.
See if that helps.
It's a little nicer than it used to be, I think. Most people, a lot nicer, you're right about that. No, it's special. Everything begins, ends, and re-begins at the Oval Office. And so we're going to take the team down there right when we're finished, okay? If anyone doesn't want to go, that would be okay. Who's going? Everybody? Okay. We look forward to it. Also with us are many Ohio State fans from my administration, and the biggest of them all, of course, is our Vice President, who's been fantastic. J.D. Vance.
Can somebody boo him?
But he was such a good student. He didn't stay there for 4 years. He got out in 2 years, #1 on his list. How do you do that? Did you have any better students than that? Better football players, yes. But JD's doing a great job. Thanks as well to Secretary of State Marco Rubio for being here. Marco, you're doing incredible. Thank you. And as well as Representative Warren Davidson and Mike Carey. Fellas, thank you. Thank you very much. Governor Mike DeWine. Mike, where are you? Hi, Mike. Doing a great job. Attorney General Dave Yost. Okay, congratulations on everything. Secretary of State Frank Burrows. Frank, thank you, Frank. Mayor Trent Conaway. I love Trent Conaway. Where's Trent Conaway? Where are you, Trent? Look at him, that guy from East Palestine. I think, you're the reason they say that was, I visited and Biden didn't. And when I went there, and I went there right after the problem, right? And I met Trent, and I love Trent. But a lot of people give you a lot of credit for the success that we've had, because we won a huge stampede in a landslide, and I want to thank you. And you've been a great mayor. And of course, the Ohio State legend. He's a current Lieutenant Governor Jim Tressel. Thanks also to my friends J.J. Cavaro and the Schottenstein family. They're here somewhere. There they are. Hi, fellas. Good to have you. This was a historic year in college football, standing together today. These men in the first college, think of that, are the first college football players in history who can proudly call themselves 12-team playoff champions. You're the first ones.
Shorted Vol on the 30 toast.
That's not easy. You're the first ones. Congratulations, Coach. This team showed the world that the road to greatness is paved by hard work, sweat, and often a great deal of adversity. They had a lot of adversity because I shouldn't say this. I actually said, should I leave this line out? And they said, sir, they're saying, yes, leave it out. Sir, they want to hear the whole thing, the bad and the good, right? But many people counted you out, as you know, after the losses against Oregon, which is a great team, and that team up north. We won't talk about it, but you refuse. But you refused to let the Buckeye Nation down. You got better and better and tougher as the season went along. And after a very strong regular season, but with adversity, you held a closed-door players-only meeting. This extraordinary group rallied together for a
single glorious mission to win 4 straight playoff games against the finest teams in college football. And you were able to do it, obviously. In the first playoff game, Tennessee quarterback Will Howard scorched.
Why are
the
we
Volunteer
watching this? Because
defense.
Trump's
I
going to
watched that
start
game. I
rambling
said,
about tariffs.
That guy is good. Defense for 311 yards.
I love how the
completed
mic is
24
in front of
of
him, but
29
somehow
passes.
also 20
known
miles
for his
away.
accuracy, strong arm, but boy, is he known for his accuracy. Where is Will? I want to see this guy. You are fantastic. Oh, he's going to be so rich. Think of that. To look like that and to play, it's a good combination. But Will went on to set an all-time college football playoff record with 1,150 yards passing. That's an incredible thing. Great to meet you. I'll be watching you for a long time, I think. Okay? We'll be watching him for about 15 years, maybe longer.
Ooh, we lost
The next
30.
game was a chance at redemption against the
That's kinda
top-ranked
fun.
Oregon Ducks, which was a tough team. It was a total team effort by Ohio State. In the first half, the Buckeyes built an insurmountable 34-point lead thanks to the scores from veteran playmaker Tavion Henderson. Where is he? Tavion. You think I could beat him in a race? I don't know. Great going. And Ohio State, and also your receptions leader, Emeka Ibuka. Where is he? Congratulations, fellas. How important were they to your passing? Oh, they were everything. You said the right thing. Then came the team's biggest test in the semifinals, a trip to Texas for the Cotton Bowl. And that Texas was pretty much rated the #1 team at the beginning of the season, right? So that was a tough team. I know that. It was neck and neck late in the fourth quarter. Texas was down a score, but marching in the red zone with 2 minutes left on the 4th and 8 with 2:29 on the clock. Hometown legend Jack Sawyer. Boy, that's a good name. Jack Sawyer. It sounds like the name of a legend, right? A son of Columbus. We won Columbus by a lot of points. I like it. Gave the world an all-time great Ohio State football moment. Most of you know what I'm talking about. In one amazing play, Jack exploded off the line, strip-sacked the quarterback, which is not easy to do, scooped the fumble recovery, scored an 83-yard touchdown return, and punched Ohio State's ticket to the championship game. Yeah, it's a hell of a thing. You mean you took the ball out of the quarterback's hand? I don't want to say this. I don't want to make. How do you think that other team feels? Not too good. That's one of those disasters for another day, right? No, that quarterback doesn't feel good. Where is he? I want to see this
We don't know if he's going to talk about tariffs. He seems very excited about football right now.
That's unbelievable, actually. Size of these guys. I used to think I was quite a big fellow, not so much anymore. But he later said that it was the best feeling he'd ever felt. Are you sure about that, Jack? I don't know about that. As he gets older, who knows? But I don't think he's ever going to forget it. And Jack, you earned it, and congrats. That's really special. So that's, you thought that game it was maybe over, Coach? What do you think?
That's what I felt like we were going to win.
You felt like it was going to. That's why he's a good coach. He felt he was going to win. That was pretty amazing.
Yes, got a bounce back off
the other
of
team was
50
tough, right? Will they be good again?
and 59, 60.
Oh, you have the first game with them. Well, and a lot of your players are coming back, but quite a few great ones are leaving.
I might be failing
How do
though.
you feel about to the NFL? That's the good thing about every one of them goes. How do you feel about the season?
That's going to be exciting.
Going to be good.
We're going to miss some of these guys. We got good young guys.
Yeah. I'll bet you're going to do great. But the Buckeyes had defied the critics, but the job just wasn't finished. This tremendous team needed one more win for the ultimate victory, the national championship game against Notre Dame. Offensive MVP Will Howard led the charge again, completing 14 of his first 15 passes. I'm telling you, the guy has an accurate arm. How many times do I have to tell you that? Quinshon Judkins reached the end zone 3 times. Where the hell is he? Three times. Defensive MVP Cody Simon stuffed the Fighting Irish rushing attack. Where's Cody?
Got head and shoulders
You
on the
notice
ass
the way
right
they're
now.
sitting in like a little trench?
The
I didn't want
15
them at the
minute.
same level. Actually, it was really, but I feel very good about that, JD, right? But keep them down a little bit. But offensive MVP Will Howard led that charge, and really these people are going places that going to be very exciting in the future. We're going to be watching them all on Sundays and for a long time to come, I believe. Many of the people behind us. But Cody Simon, that was a very important deal, and Buckeye star Jeremiah Smith pulled down the unforgettable deep ball on 3rd and 11 to clinch the championship. Where's Jeremiah? Oh, I shouldn't say this, but the coach was giving Jeremiah some major praise backstage. I said, so what's the future? He said, well, we have a guy, he may be the best ever. That's a lot to think about, Jeremiah. Just be real good. Go be Jerry Rice, right? Who's your favorite? Jerry Rice. Yeah, Jerry Rice is a great guy, too. But Jeremiah was the only freshman that was just at a level that few people have ever seen before, according to what I hear. And nobody could stop him all year long, even as a freshman. And let's not forget the resilient offensive line that helped Will achieve this record-breaking season. Get ready, fellas. Come on up here. Josh Fryer, Luke Montgomery, Carson Heinzman, Tegra Shabola, Austin Saraveld, and Donovan Jackson stepped up when you needed him most, and they protected this valuable quarterback. It's nice when they can say, yeah, we're going to the NFL with other people saying, do you think I can make it? You're going early from what I hear. Good luck, fellas. Fantastic. Good luck in the NFL. Thank you, sir. I'm saying, I'm looking at him. What's he doing?
I'm short compared to these guys, sir.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you all.
That's so important. That offensive line is so important. We have, you have no idea. I've seen teams that were great, but they didn't have the offensive line, and it just doesn't work out, right, Will? Right. You beat the Fighting Irish that day, 34-23, and for the first time in 10 years, proudly claimed the title of the great state of Ohio, the great state. I love that state. We won that state in a landslide, Governor. We won it in a landslide. I love Ohio. We'll never let you down, I swear, I promise. And if I let you down, he won't, okay? So you have a backup. But I do love the place. And so today I'm honored to call
Vol
the
picks
Ohio
up under
State
25.
University Buckeyes national champions. You're the national champions, and you're standing right here at the White House. And it's a proud day for all of us, but it's a proud day for the Scarlet and Gray. Congratulations once again, and Coach, you are a fantastic person. I got to know him just a little bit back there, and I realized almost immediately that he's really a special guy. And to your wife and your 3 beautiful children, congratulations. And I'm going to ask JD to say a couple of words. It's an honor to have everybody at the White House. You are a very special group from a special state. the state of Ohio. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks to Coach Day and the entire team for being here at the White House. I'm so proud to be part of Team Scarlet and Gray today. Congratulations to the Ohio State Buckeyes on a hell of a 2024
Big
season.
ball short. You're gonna fucking close
Now,
here?
I want to say just a couple of words about this team because they really helped make, sir, an incredible
This is
year.
gonna be a
even better
failed
for this very
breakout.
proud Ohio State alum. So 2 things. First of all, I made a bet with Ted Cruz over the Texas game, a bet that he is still not paid up on. Ted Cruz, if you're watching on TV. And I don't like losing any bet, but I really don't want to lose a bet to Ted Cruz. So thank you all for helping me win that bet against Ted Cruz. And the second thing, I asked the president on January the 20th, I said, sir, would you mind if I skipped that final inaugural ball to go to the Ohio State National Championship game? And the president said, no, but we'll have him at the White House. So here we are celebrating that national title. And I just want to say I'm proud of you guys. You guys were resilient. You were tough. You represented the state of Ohio well, and you represented the whole country well. And the last thing that I'll say is I don't know who let the guy over in the corner here in a Michigan hat into this celebration, but I'm about to tell the Secret Service you've got a dangerous weapon, sir. But I just want to say, proud of this team, Mr. President. Thank you for hosting, and thanks to the whole state of Ohio for showing up and cheering for our Buckeyes. God bless you guys.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, and other distinguished guests, on behalf of The Ohio State University, the Department of Athletics, thank you for inviting the national championship Ohio State Buckeyes to the White House this afternoon. I'd like to thank Ohio State President Ted Carter, members of the Ohio delegation here with us today, Governor DeWine, Lieutenant Governor Tressel, Athletics Director Ross Bjork, and all the staff members.
Everything
for their
feels
work
so
and efforts
fragile.
to make this trip to the White House a reality. We're honored and humbled to be here, celebrating with you our 9th national championship in our great university's history. To be here surrounded by our players, staff, university leadership is a moment we'll never forget. Traveling to D.C., though, was the easy part. Earning the right to be here was the hard one. This team made history by winning the most difficult series of games in the history of college football, defeating number 7, Tennessee, number 1, Oregon in the Rose Bowl, number 3, Texas in the Cotton Bowl, and number 5, Notre Dame in the national championship. Back to back to back to back. No team's ever done that. No team's ever done that. And through discipline and execution, this team dominated, finished the mission, and left no doubt. It all started with a group of 4th and 5th year seniors. They chose each other. They chose Ohio State, and they built and lived a culture of brotherhood, toughness, and love. When adversity hit, they stood tall, stuck together, showed their true character, rose to the occasion, and became champions. There's a quote I love from President Roosevelt, displayed proudly in our team room, the man in the arena. It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, who strives valiantly, comes up short again and again, but who does actually strive to do the deeds. This quote reminds us of the true honor that belongs to those who rise to the challenge and stand in the arena unwavered. It took every challenge, and we responded with heart, with grit, and with determination. That's why this moment means so much to us. Our families, thank you so much for
We're
your love and
green
your
so we
support
can
along
crush
the way.
Vex.
To
Yeah,
our
pretty
coaches,
much.
thank you for your hard work and for your leadership. And to our players, thank you for everything. Your story will forever be told. And Mr. President, thank you again for this incredible honor. God bless America and go Bucks. We have some really nice gifts that we're going to have our captains give Mr. President, Mr. Vice President.
Can we crush Vix a little less? Can we dump into close? Things can get kind of ugly under 25. I don't know if we'll lose 25 though. There's a lot of sold puts at 20. It's a live band. How many months of membership does it take to get the automated port management button? That's cute. Been too busy with work to hang out here. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, first time caller. Hopefully we'll see you back soon, man. Ooh. Failed breakout? Almost.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats until all stage participants.
So we pumped into Trump not saying anything? Fucking amazing. I love this market. Safety pump. What a pile of horse shit. Ooh, dumpies.
Gorilla mode. Put their pickle in my jar. Cock 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 cock.
That was fucking interesting.
Cock 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 cock. Cock 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 5.
Hmm. Hmm. Ooh, nice. I'm already in charge. I can't be promoted more. Because we pumped off nothing. Yeah. Lose 400? Maybe. There's a bit of support here. Probably close right around here, I would say. VIX right back up again. Dollar down. It's at the top end or up. I feel like all the out of the money bot puts coming in is because they planned on a bunch of profit taking into end of day. Yeah, probably. Nah, I think almost all of them printed. This bot put's coming in now at 95 down to 53.75. But I don't think we have enough time. We only have 2 minutes left. We might lose 400 because of them though. That's just the pickle jars puts. Valid. We left a little gap at 406. Closing under 400 would be good for the Bears. Fill the gap. Yeah, that should give us the death cross. Also, lower high. Just isn't a great look off of the last, like, 5120 test. Ding ding. So, closing out the day, just a little bit below my expected move, 5,400. We did test the upside market makers expected move this morning and sold off from there. Nothing to the downside though, but if we do lose that week open or week close at like 53.63, it opens up a retest of the JPM puts. Obviously, if the JPM puts were to go in the money, that would be exceedingly bearish. And we'd probably see another big spike in volatility, which I somewhat expect before things calm down completely. Maybe towards the back half of this week or into the VIX expiration. On futures, little head and shoulders from the overnight high into the end of the day here. That kind of failing the 54.44 level. 53.91 is what needs to be lost for a breakdown. Although we did we did fail to regain the prior trend. And this would be the second breakdown of, multiple failed breakouts. I mean, we had bullish consolidation, and then that failed and dropped. The push up from that also failed. So we've done this multiple times, and it continues to fail in the upside moves, which isn't a great look. Dollar ended up continuing downward today, although fairly flat over the course of the entire day. Mostly losing to the yen and the yen and the pound, but gaining a little bit on the yuan and the euro. Bitcoin up a little bit today. Russell kind of outperforming everything. Tech ended up pulling back, although it was the leader earlier. And ES and Dow pretty even. The 5 and 2 year continuing to drop really, really rapidly. The 10-year came down kind of hard today, but not nearly as much, and so that bull steepener is still picking up. For commodities, precious metals lost a little bit, but there was a tiny gain in oil. Looks like industrials and broader metals did pretty well. So a little bit of that correlation coming down, making a new low today on the 1 month, but not quite on the 3. So still some push into the dispersion trade. Leverage fell off a little bit throughout the day, turned around towards the end on the 10, and leverage is pretty flat on the 6 month. Forward yield on volatility came down really hard though, now around 20%. Still very positive, but down pretty significantly from where it was. We might get a little spike in bond vol off of this, but 3-month correlations continuing to fall. A little less out of the money put demand going into Friday. Correlation between cash VIX and VX still staying pretty fucking high. And VIX hasn't gotten back below that, or VX hasn't fallen back below that like 24 level, which seems moderately important, although 25 probably is too. That was the prior high. Probably picked up a little bit of more breadth today. Fed fund futures pricing in more rate cuts going into the September meeting, and the bear steepener, the 10-2-year spread picking up about 2.5%. So still moving up, but not nearly as rapidly as what it was. I think more importantly is that it's not falling. So that confidence still not, back in markets right now. On the technical side, we got a death cross on the daily. We're getting fairly close to the EMA 30 test, which would be about halfway through that upside gap that we failed to fill today. I would say that if we lose 5402, which we didn't today, we did close just above that August 2024 low. But if we do lose that level, that's fairly significant, and could mark another move back down to the like the 5119 level where we bounced on Thursday. So and then that would also be a failure from a lower high and would present the possibility of a continuation to the downside, both on the daily and the weekly, I believe. So yeah, we'll see what happens in the overnight session. I think tomorrow's also fairly light on the data, and remember, this is a short week, so there's a good chance that we don't see a ton of price action this week, and everyone just moves in to try to crush vol as much as possible before we have bigger economic data following OPEX. And OPEX itself, but we will have SLD margin requirements are probably really fucking high right now. Even with today's drop in yields, it wasn't that significant. And then Wednesday we have retail sales, which could be really impactful if consumers didn't move out in force the way they were expected to. I think a lot of the expectation right now is that consumers went out and bought prior to tariffs, and so far none of the consumer sentiment reports have indicated that, but that's what analysts are really banking on. So, and a lot of that's going to be on the automotive side. I'm not entirely sure that that's a very viable analysis, and so I think there's a potential for retail sales to miss to the downside quite a bit. And if that's the case, that could be seen, as recessionary. If people weren't out buying cars at 12% fucking interest on a 60-month loan, then they're just not Americans. So, I guess we'll see how that. Plays out. But I think retail sales has a good chance of missing. My family bought 3 vehicles because of tariffs. We got played. Yeah, but I've known you a long time, and you're kind of retarded, so I'd expect it runs in the family. Did you at least pay cash for them? How's your Sears holding doing? You can't say that. Yes, I can. I'm gonna roll my own debt into a new vehicle. Alright. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I hope you all have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have